The lotus feet of our spiritual master is the only way by which we can attain pure devotional service. I bow down to his lotus feet with great awe and reverence. By his grace, one can cross the ocean of material suffering and attain the mercy of Krishna. Consciousness purified by the words emanating from his lotus mouth. Attachment to his lotus feet is the perfection that fulfills all desires. He opens my darkened eyes and fills my heart with transcendental comfort. From him ecstatic prema emanates. By him ignorance is destroyed. The Vedic scriptures sing of his character. Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy, the friend of the poor, and the Lord and master of the devotees. O Master, please be merciful unto us. Please give us the shade of your lotus feet. Your fame is spread all over the three worlds. We take shelter at your lotus feet. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Satma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Pandomu Isavadhana Mate Pandomu Isavadhana Mate Jahara prasade bai e bhavatori ajai Jahara prasade bai e bhavatori ajai Krishna prapti hoy jaha hoite Krishna prapti hoy jaha hoite Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Sitete Koriya Akya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Sitete Koriya Akya Arana kori ho mane asha Arana kori ho mane asha Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Je prasade pure sarva asha Je prasade pure sarva asha चकुदान दिलो जय जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से चकुदान दिलो जय जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशितो दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशितो प्रेमा भक्ति जहाते अविद्या विनश्यते प्रेमा भक्ति जहाते अविद्या विनश्यते वेदे गाय जहर चरितो वेदे गाय जहर चरितो श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु आदम जनार बंधु श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु आदम जनार बंधु लोकना लोकेरा जीवाना लोकनाथ लोकेरा जीवाना हा हा प्रभु कोरो दोया देहो मोरे पादशाया हा प्रभु कोरो दोए देहो मोरे पादशाया हा प्रभु कोरो दोए देहो मोरे पादशाया एबे जा कुशुक त्रिभुवाना बेजास कुशुक त्रिभुवाना Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Nama Om Vishnupadaya Bhakti Vedanta Swami. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Prasarine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Ashatya Deshatarine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prasarine Nirvishesha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Radha Kalashwan Ji.
Adi Purusham Namaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham Namaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham Namaham Bhajami Enam Kanvanda Maravinda Nalaya Taksham Bharavatam Samasitam Buddha Sundaram Kandar Ako Vikamaniya Vishesha Shobha Govindam Adi Purusham Govindam Adi Purusham Namaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham Namaham Bhajami Andani Yasa Sakalen Priya Priti Manti Pasyanti Panti Kayanti Chiram Jaganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jala Vigrahasya Govindam Adi Purusham Namaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kalashanji Radha Kalashanji Radhe. Jaya Radha Kalashanji Radha Kalashanji Radhe. Jaya Govinda Jaya Radha Govinda Jaya Radha Govinda Jaya Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda Shri Radhe. Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajaka Acharya Stotarashat Shri Srimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajaka Acharya Stotarasat His Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj Prabhupada Ki. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki. प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर शिवासदि गौर भक्तवृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंद राधा कुंद गिरि गोवर्धन की श्री वृंदावन धाम की श्री मायपुर धाम की तुलसी देवी की Ganga Mai ki, Yamuna Mai ki, Bhakti Devi ki jai, Harinam Sankirtan Yagya ki, Samavera Bhakta Vrinda ki, Nitai Gaura Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories, all glories, all glories to Shri Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yashodanandana Braj Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braj Janaranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yashodanandana Braj Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braj Janaranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe. Jaya Radha Govind Radha Govind Shri Radhe. Jaya Jagannath Jaya Jagannath Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai. Prabhupada 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 Prabhupada. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Gaura Hari Bol. Samaveda Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajacharya Stotarasata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki. Ananta Koti Vaishnav Vrinda Ki. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki. Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivas Adi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakun Radha Kun Giri Govardhan Ki. Shri Vrindavan Mathura Dham Ki. Shri Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki. Shri Shri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki. Shri Shri Jagannath Swami Baldev Subhadra Maya Ki. Ganga Mayi Jamuna Mayi Ki. Bhakti Devi Tulsi Maharani Ki. Samaveda Bhakta Vrinda Ki. Nitai Gaura Premanandi Hari Hari Bol. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. Hare Krishna. Very happy Sunday to you today. The deities are dressed for those who are online. The deities are dressed in a magnificent outfit. Please come and see them if you have a chance. Blue and red and yellow and pink. It's so gorgeous, so beautiful. So today we are reading from Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Leela, Chapter 5, Text 7. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So it's a beautiful story that we're right in the middle of. We're going to jump right in. Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Leela, Chapter 5, text number 7. Please respond. Se Ratri Tahan Rahi Bhaktagana Sange Gopalera Purvakatha Shune Bahurange. Se Ratri Tahan Rahi Bhaktagana Sange Gopalera Purvakatha Shune Bahurange. It's so interesting. Everything that has to do with Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu is pure bliss. And even in here, the words, we'll do the word for word, and you can see the last word in here is also full of pure bliss. Se Ratri, that night. Tahan, there. Rahi, remaining. Bhaktagana Sange, with the other devotees. Gopalera, of Lord Gopal. Purvakatha, previous narration. Shune, hears. Bahu, much. Range, in pleasure. Translation by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. That night, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu stayed in the temple of Gopal, and along with all the devotees, he heard the narration of the witness Gopal with great pleasure. So please respond. That night, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu stayed in the temple of Gopal, and along with all the devotees, he heard the narration of the witness Gopal with great pleasure. So they say that when you have a difficult task, you remember the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Gauranga, that he makes everything difficult become very easy by his blessings. Today on July 3rd, 2022, by the mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the book that was published by us, I have brought it here to the temple to offer to the Lord's lotus feet. And the difficult task is now to take this book and spread it far and wide, because it teaches the stories of Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu through parenting strategies. So I ask all of the devotees to shower their blessings upon this work. And we will continue hearing about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's transcendental activities in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. So we're moving to text number 8 because there's no purport. Nityananda Goshaniya Be Tirtha Brahmila Shakshi Gopala Dekhi Bare Kataka Aila. Previously, when Nityananda Prabhu had toured all over India to see different places of pilgrimage, he also had come to see Sakshi Gopal at Katak. Shakshi Gopale Katha Suni Loka Mukhe Se katha kahena Prabhu shune mahasukhe. At that time, Nityananda Prabhu had heard the story of Sakshi Gopal from the townspeople. He now recited this again, and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard the narration with great pleasure. Purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. The Sakshi Gopal temple is situated between the Khurda Road railway station and the Jagannath Puri station. The deity is not presently situated in Cuttack, but when Nityananda Prabhu traveled there, the deity was present. Cuttaka is a town in Orissa, situated on the Mahanadi River. When Sakshi Gopal was brought from Vidyanagar in southern India, he stayed there for some time at Cuttaka. Therefore, he was situated for some time in Jagannath temple. It seems that in the temple of Jagannath, there was some disagreement between Lord Jagannath and Sakshi Gopal. A disagreement called Prema Kalaha, a quarrel of love. In order to settle this love quarrel, the king of Orissa constructed a village about 11 miles from Jagannath Puri. The village was called Satyavadi, and Gopal was stationed there. Thereafter, a new temple was constructed. Now there is a Sakshi Gopal station, and people go to Satyavadi to see the witness Gopal. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Mukham Karoti Vachalam Pangum Langhayate Girim Yat Kripatamaham Vande Shri Gurum Deenatarinam Paramananda Madhavam Shri Chaitanya Ishwaram Ajanulambhita Bhujau Kanakavadato Sankirtanaika Pitaro Kamalayataksho Vishwambharo Dvijavaro Yuga Dharma Palo Vande Jagat Priyakaro Karunavataro Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So we'll read the verse one more time, the Bengali of the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Se ratri tahan rahi bhakta gana sange Gopaleir purva katha shune bahurange. That night, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu stayed in the temple of Gopal, and along with all the devotees, he heard the narration of the witness Gopal with great pleasure. So we have here in our presence one of the TKG Academy students, and I'm going to be putting you on the spot a little bit and asking you questions. Do you know the story of Sakshi Gopal? Yes, wonderful. So we had a very beautiful drama we did when we had started the temple opening. Not the temple opening, the school opening. We had our second expansion, the Gora House, in 2016. I'm surprised it was so long ago. 10/8/16. It was an auspicious day, 1/08/16. And we had just finished, we were in middle of raising the funds for the school to get the new building, but the school had already opened and the children were already studying there. And for that opening, we did a Sakshi Gopal drama. I'm actually trying to remember, I don't know if it was on the expansion day that we had done the drama. Hare Krishna, Mother. Hare Krishna. Or if it was the donor banquet. I think it might have been the donor banquet at the end of the year. And this story is such an enchanting story. What I want to bring attention to in this purport is how Srila Prabhupada talks about quarrel, and how Lord Jagannath, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, both are the same Krishna. Say Jagannath, say Gaura. They're both the same. Say Krishna, say Gaura, say Jagannath. And they're both fighting with each other. They have a love quarrel. So you see two two expansions. They're not expansions, really. They are Krishna himself directly, but two, let's say, flavors of Krishna are fighting with each other. And on the opposite side, you have the visual of Sri Nityananda Mahaprabhu and Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu, who are literally the antidote to quarrel. They are sitting together in this temple, the Gopal temple, and they are speaking pleasurable pastimes of the Lord. And you can just imagine their forms, long, long limbs. Both of them have golden complexions. Nityananda Mahaprabhu's complexion is a little reddish, and he has blue outfit, blue clothing on, flashing blue. It is described that the Lord's features, the Lord's dress, it's like if you, with our own eyes, we could not see it. We would actually faint if we tried to see. But if you do imagine, if you want to imagine, the scriptures give certain descriptions where they use allegories and they use metaphors and analogies to help you understand what the Supreme Lord might look like. And Sri Nityananda Prabhu's garments are described as you can imagine glittery blue, sapphire blue, glittery blue. And Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu Pitambara, he has a golden outfit. And so they're both, the lords are sitting there like Krishna and Balaram. And they're just enjoying each other's company like the kids do. I remember when in the playground you watch the children hanging out and laughing and smiling, and it's so enchanting. In the same way, of course, not the same way, probably much, much, much bigger. Like when Giriraj Maharaj and Indradumna Maharaj are together and they're sitting with each other and they're smiling and laughing. It's like the whole room becomes filled with hasyaras, or laughter, just by watching their smiles and just by watching their loving interactions. So even on a even higher level, Sri Gauranga Nitai are sitting together and they're enjoying the rasa of Sankirtan, of describing the Lord's pastimes. And so our goal as practicing bhakti yogis is to get to that stage. When will we experience this type of happiness where we're just sitting and hanging out with the Supreme Personality of Godhead and relaxing and chilling and experiencing this kind of prema rasa? Here, Srila Prabhupada talks a little bit about quarrel. So in today's class, I'm going to analyze the opposite of prema rasa, which is quarrel, and which is precisely the cause of Kali Yuga and social dysfunction. This is basically what my whole book is about, how to get a child from quarreling to pure love of Sankirtan. Because Sankirtan is one of those things that is the manifestation of prema, pure prema. And it's the highest stage. But from where we're at right now, which is completely in depths of quarrel, to all the way becoming a parshad, an associate of Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu and Sri Nityananda Mahaprabhu, being at their lotus feet, being with Srila Prabhupada, helping Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu with his mission, to get from point A to point B is a journey. It's a long journey. And so we'll start off with understanding what is quarrel. So Kali is quarrel. And Kali Yuga had started when the four vices had entered society. So quarrel begins in one's heart when one is engaged in four vices: meat eating, illicit sex, gambling, and intoxication. That's when it starts. And so everybody who has been born on this planet in Kali Yuga, they're already engaged in all these vices, other than our devotees who are very young, who were born in homes of devotees. They are not engaged in these vices. So that's why they are considered to be very exalted personalities, because they come already with those vices eradicated. But most of the population starts off their life eating meat, right? Mom gives them a little, I don't know what the kids eat these days, but shares her meal with them, which is usually meat, dead animals. And that is a manifestation of quarrel, because you're quarreling with the innocent living entities by killing them. And then moving along, every single time you don't get what you want, you fight. A 2-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 9-year-old, a 15-year-old, a 20-year-old. And life becomes a journey of accepting and rejecting. That's the mind's tendency. I'm going to ask for what I want. I'm going to go desire something. Sochati kangshati. I'm going to desire. I don't get it. I kangshati. I lament. And the manifestation of lamenting is quarreling. And we can all see this in our own lives with our minds. I have also a tendency to quarrel a lot with those that are very, very near and dear, especially my husband. Everyone else I might be okay with. But when I don't get what I want, or when he says something I don't like, immediately the fighting tendency comes up. But as we analyze Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes, it's so incredible. Even with the most degraded, he never fought. He never got angry. He never manifested quarreling. When do you fight? That's my question. When does quarrel manifest in our hearts? That's my question to you, if you want to answer that. Okay, when you don't get what you want. Yes, right? That's a very universal, right, manifestation when we don't get what we want. Let's think a little more specifically. Since we're here, we're asking Gauranga Mahaprabhu to help us with the quarreling in our hearts. What is a little more specific? What else, what do we not get that makes us argue or fight? Or even if we may not manifest it outwardly where we're using words, but the mind turns and becomes reactive. Soumya, do you want to share? Do you ever? I never see this young girl quarreling. She seems to be a very gentle soul. When do you quarrel? Okay. Anyone else? Prabhuji, do you have something to share? Yes, okay, very nice point Prabhuji made. When you have expectations and expectations are not being met. When you have an idea of how you wish it to go and it's not going that way. It's going another way. And quarreling arises even further when life doesn't go the way you wish it to be. Then you may enter into a more reactive state. I know when there was COVID online schooling, I found after being on the computer during the morning, the whole morning session at 12:30, 1 o'clock, I was so much more unsettled, so much more angry, so much more frustrated. I was short. I was yelling more at the kids because it was so difficult to interact with the students through the screen. And so when your expectations aren't met, another deeper symptom of quarreling, or rather quarreling appears when you don't know your identity or your place or your belonging. When you feel like you don't know what your worth is. Who am I and why am I here and where do I belong and what am I meant to do? And that dysfunction in the heart, deeper dysfunction in the heart, it causes this need to quarrel. Now, the scriptures tell us that there are 3 different types of personalities in Krishna consciousness. There's the neophytes, Kanishta Adhikari. As you're becoming a Vaishnava and journeying on this path of bhakti, you will find that you belong in one of the 3 categories. Gradually, you start off in the lowest category and you gradually try to move yourself up to the highest quality. the highest type of devotee, highest type of personality. And the first devotee is called the first manifestation of devotee is in the Kanishta stage, the neophyte stage. And when I was a little girl, Birkisha Maharaj used to always say, a neophyte means they always like to fight. Neophytes, the Kanishtadhikaris, they are able to see the differences in others because they're needing to see the differences in themselves. They're judging others because they're at the stage where they have to put judgment on themselves. They have to identify, this is correct, this is incorrect. I have to follow these rules and regulations, and I have to make sure I don't do this activity, and I do this activity. And so because they're doing that inside of themselves, because they're purifying their previous non-Vaishnava lifestyle, that they start doing that with everyone else. And so they start noticing all around them, oh, he's following, he's not following. He's following, he's not following. Oh, you should be. And so they have a tendency, because they're judging themselves, because they need to internally, because they need to see what is correct and incorrect in themselves. They have a tendency to start seeing what is correct and incorrect in others. Ishvare tad adhineshu balisheshu dvishachsucha. I think that's the verse. They start noticing the faults of others. And one of the associates of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu who liked to do this, who liked to notice faults. Now, noticing the fault in someone else is a symptom of Kali Yuga. It is not a very high class, it's not a high class Krishna conscious position or symptom. A high class devotee, a Madhyamad, even just the next stage, a Madhyamadikari will not point out the faults in someone else. Not unless he is their spiritual master, their guru, their parent, or their guide. It is not our responsibilities as Vaishnavas to point out the faults of others. There is a devotee in Chaitanya Charitamrita who was very well known for this, for pointing out faults of others, Ramachandra Puri. Have you heard of that story? He would go from house to house to house, and he would sit and take prasad, and he would ask the devotees, give me more. Oh, this is so delicious. Give me more. Oh, I'd like to take more. There's an amazing puppet show on this. You can watch it. It's hilarious. And he's asking for more and more and more, and then eating as much as so much eating. And then the devotee's done. Thank you so much for coming to my house. You're an exalted devotee. Ramachandra Puri was the disciple of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Grand Guru, Madhavendra Puri. Ramachandra Puri was the godbrother of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's spiritual master, Ishwar Puri. And Madhavendra Puri, he had two disciples, Ishwar Puri and Ramchandra Puri. Ishwar Puri was such a humble, perfect, pure Vaishnava, and Ramachandra Puri was the opposite. Ramachandra Puri even found fault with his own spiritual master, this fault-finding tendency. And so then after he would eat everything, then he would say, I need to have a discussion with you. I can see that you as a devotee, as a bhakti yogi, are completely enamored by sense gratification because look at how much you're eating. This is what his nature. And when he arrived in the town, it is said he went from home to home, and finally devotees stopped inviting him. First they were thinking, what a great pure Vaishnava, let's invite him. But they stopped inviting him, and he was so critical, indeed, that he even criticized Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He went to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's home, and he saw that there were a row of ants. Do you know this story? And he saw the ants, Soumya, and he thought, and he said to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, what kind of sannyasi are you? A sannyasi is supposed to reject sense gratification and sense pleasure, and I can see that you're eating sweets. You like too many sweets. Because that's why the ants are here, to go eat the sweets. Now, if you've ever been to India, I was at Mayapur once, and in Mayapur, I love Mayapur, and in Mayapur upstairs, we were upstairs, and the ants come within literally 20 seconds. I actually did an experiment on how quickly it would take for the ants to get there, because I had remembered that I had learned this story. And my sister and I were sitting on the veranda, and we were eating Mahaprasad from Radha Madhav downstairs, and we sprinkled a little bit on the ground, and we counted it. And it was like within 19 seconds, a whole line of ants had come. And so ants are everywhere. It doesn't mean you're eating a ton of food, right? Ants just come automatically, especially when there's a lot of specific type of weather. The ants will come quicker. If it's really rainy outside, really hot outside, we used to have an ant problem. In both of the homes, I've had an ant problem. And so Ramachandra Puri was offending, criticizing Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This is a manifestation of Kali. We are supposed to go from Kali to Prema. We're supposed to go from quarrel to pure love. How do we get to that space where we can move from being a Kanishta Adhikari and seeing the negative qualities in others to Madhyama Adhikari, to Uttama Adhikari? Madhyama Adhikari is you see the distinctions, but you have specific ways that you work with those distinctions. You see that this person is an envious person, so I'm going to apeksha, stay away from them. You see that this person is a little bit interested in Krishna consciousness, so I'm going to give them some compassion and some association. You see that this person is perhaps my equal, very interested in Krishna consciousness, a very wonderful devotee. I'm going to take his association. And then the fourth level, you see that, oh, this is an advanced senior Vaishnava. I'm going to take his guidance and instruction. That's Madhyama Adhikari. But a Madhyama Adhikari will never criticize another Vaishnava. So if there is ever a time where you're seeing in your heart that you're criticizing another Vaishnava, oh, why did they dress like that? Why do they look like that? Why did they come so late to the temple? Why did they not come to the temple? Why did they, it behooves us as Vaishnavas, as practicing Vaishnavas, to always be thinking about what our mind's reactions are and to stop it. That if the mind, and it doesn't just happen for the people that are around us. Quarrel doesn't just come up also with our most near and dear. We have a tendency to stick in quarrel more, especially the kids. Oh, why is like this? Why is like that? What did you do? Why didn't you do it like that? That's all manifestation of quarrel. If you study Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu's life, he never quarreled. Never, even with those that were meant to be quarreling, he never quarreled. And he showed us through his example, step by step by step, how to eradicate this quarrel. And so, from quarrel, we start on our path. From Kali, we start on our path. Ado Shraddha Tata Sadhu Sangha Bhajana Kriya Anartha Nivritti Syat. We start. We have the faith that, okay, my dear Lord, I want to sit with you. You're sitting in the Gopal Mandir with Sri Gaurani, with Sri Nityananda Mahaprabhu, and you're engaged in transcendental ras. 2 verses talk about how they're just engaged in Mahabhav, pure happiness, pure pleasure. I want to be there with you. For me to get there, to be at your lotus feet, I have to remove this Kali in my heart. And not only that, we have to take Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's prema and spread it all around us. Because even as Vaishnavas, that's our primary duty, is to give Krishna consciousness, to give the antidote to quarrel, to give pure compassion and bliss to everybody who's suffering. And so we have to move to that stage, and we have to ask, and we have to help others also to get to that stage. So first starts off with Shraddha, and Shraddha, then the next step is Bhajana Kriya. Shraddha means faith. And then the next step is Bhajana Kriya. Bhajana Kriya is hearing and chanting. It's performing the 9 processes of devotional service. The first process of devotional service is hearing. Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam. It all starts off with hearing. So if you find that you have quarrel in your heart, the first thing you need to do is hear. So what do you hear? The holy name of the Lord. You chant your 16 rounds. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And if you're very expert, when you're hearing the holy name of the Lord, Krishna starts giving you all kinds of other interactions to hear. You start hearing the messages that Krishna is sending throughout the day, throughout all of the interactions. And if you're really getting purified from this quarrel, Krishna will start bringing you life experiences and interactions to increase your quarrel. You will hear someone saying something heavy to you, sharp to you. You will hear someone criticizing you. You will hear things that will bring out the quarrel because you are trying to eradicate this kali, this quarrel. We're going from quarrel to prema, opposites. In order to get there, bhajana kriya, sadhu sangha, and that is the point of sadhu sangha. To be around the Vaishnavas means to learn how to interact with each other, not just on a transcendental platform. The transcendental platform, of course, is there. But as soon as you start interacting with other people, what happens? We're in Kali Yuga, and there's fighting. Every relationship, any relationship, as soon as you start interacting, there's fighting. Even the most deepest loving relationship, the couples are romantically, completely in love. They're like, oh my God, they never fight. They just finish each other's sentences. Give it 9 months. And then quarrel will come. Every single interaction you have with every other devotee, and then what happens? You decide, I don't want to be with the devotees. I don't want to associate with them. Let's just take some space. Let's just take some distance. It's too much of a trip. This person said that. The other person said the other. It's uncomfortable for me. I don't like my mind getting all offended and disturbed, and I'm going to get back in that quarreling space. Let me stop my sadhu sangha. And so then, that's not the right thing. All of those interactions are coming. My Guru Maharaj said this so beautifully to me the other day. Every interaction is coming because we need to learn a lesson in those interactions. Of course, it's okay to take space from people that you disagree with too much. If you're always disagreeing, then you want to make sure you're in a proper place that you can chant the holy name of the Lord with peace. But sadhu sangha, bhajana kriya, the best thing is to associate with the devotees in spiritual activities. Then you won't have all these mundane material expectations. As soon as those expectations come up, as Prabhuji said, then the quarrel arises again in the heart because the expectations aren't met. And then from there, you move to anartha nivritti. And that is the place as neophytes that we get stuck in for a very, very long period of time, where we're trying to anartha nivritti, get rid of all of our unwanted things. And what are the unwanted things that cause quarrel? Kama, krodha, lobha, mada, matsarja. Lust, anger, greed, envy. And as you're around devotees, you notice this more and more. In the beginning stages, at the Shraddha stage, when you're just starting Bhajana Kriya, everything seems so magical. The Vaishnavas seem so amazing, so magical. Pure bliss, you get this ananda, you get this happiness where your material life is lessening. And so you're tasting a little bit of Brahmananda, or Krishnananda, the happiness of Krishna consciousness. But then as you continue progressing, the weeds start coming out. The negative qualities start coming out. It is described that like when someone is cooking ghee, the impurities come up. And so more quarreling will arise. You will see more faults. People will see more faults in you. And that's the anartha nivritti stage. And many people don't make it past the anartha nivritti stage, because the anartha nivritti is so intense and so difficult with all of the negative vices that are coming up that you can't get past that. But you keep practicing bhajana kriya, hearing and chanting, hearing and chanting. You keep practicing that, and you have to notice when these are arising the most and work on those qualities. Work on it. Oh, that person said this about me. It really upset me. Oh, that means that I have to see that, number one, that activity that I'm doing is very important to me. That quality I'm doing is very important to me. And what is Krishna looking for in me? And as you go through this and you keep connecting more to Krishna than connecting to the outside, connecting to the externals. As we go deeper and deeper in our relationship with Krishna, we see every other relationship is enhancing that relationship with Krishna. Lord Krishna, the holy name of the Lord, the spiritual master, they are our most powerful relationships. Everything else is to enhance that relationship. And if everything else is causing difficulty in our relationship with the Lord, then we can pause on those others, but make sure that our relationship with the Lord and our understanding of what we are here meant to do, each and every one of us are on this planet meant to do something, some specific service to the Lord. What is my relationship with the Lord, and what does the Lord want me to do? And like that, we see that we will not quarrel with others, and when others quarrel with us, we will look inside and try and figure out what is it that's wrong with me, that's making me so reactive to this thing that the other person is saying or doing. And so in the book, I go through the 3 needs, Sambandha, Videya, Prayojana, and how once those 3 needs are met, then a child or a human being can be placed in purpose, in samadhi. And once you start becoming placed in purpose, you know why you are here, you know what your goals are, then the other externals stop disturbing you. Then this person said, or that person said, or I feel this, or I feel that, is no longer disturbing you, because now you move into nishtha. Your bhajana kriya has been, your devotional activities has been churned, and you've been getting reciprocation from the Lord, and the Lord is telling you, never mind all of the externals, never mind anything that's bringing up reactivity, or what is your service? What is your goal in your service? Why are you here in the Krishna conscious society? What is your point of being here? What kind of service will you offer to the Lord at the end of your life? Because all these externals will not be there anymore. In your next life, what will you say? My dear Srila Prabhupada, my dear Gaura Nitai, I'm here and this is what I'm doing for you. This is how I'm repaying my debt to you. That stage of nishtha comes. And when you're at that stage of nishtha, it's easier to start seeing the externals as just enhancing the spiritual life, your bhajana kriya activities. Instead of the externals, even the negatives. Now, it's not easy to do. But the devotee who is placed in nishtha is able to, and I'm not there yet, but I'm hoping to get there. The devotee who is placed in nishtha is able to see that any external environment is just enhancing their firm, fixed faith. Nishtha is determined faith, is when Shraddha, the initial faith, blossoms into very strong. And a devotee who's in the state of nishtha is very difficult. They can still fall back into the material world, but it's very difficult for them to fall back. And they have lessened their need to quarrel. Actually, their need to quarrel is almost eradicated. You will never hear a devotee in nishtha speaking badly about another devotee. If you hear a devotee speaking badly about another devotee, they're still in the neophyte stage. We are not supposed to speak bad about others at all. Forget speaking bad about others. We can move from speaking bad about others to even thinking bad about others. We should learn how to express our needs. When you did such and such, it made me feel such and such. Let's work together. Instead, can you do that? We should learn all these processes. Read the book and you'll learn the processes. We can teach it to our kids, then we'll learn it ourselves. How to eradicate quarrel. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu shows us at every stage. From nishtha, you move to ruchi. Taste comes. So this is considered in academic terms flow. When a child is in flow, they get taste. Flow is the state of total absorption, where you're so absorbed in something that's happening that nothing around you disturbs you. When a child picks up an activity to do, one of my little young boys in the classroom loves to make stories. And when he is writing, he's opening up his booklet and he's writing ferociously, next page, next page, next page. A family came from New York last week, and she had 2 twin boys, and one of the boys was just picking up paper and writing and writing. He's so absorbed that nothing will disturb that. That is called ruchi. The taste for Krishna consciousness comes. The taste for spiritual activities come. That whether my service is in the house or outside the house or preaching or book distributing or taking care of the children or writing or reading or cleaning the dishes, when my mother-in-law cleans the dishes, she's in flow. When I clean the dishes, I'm fighting. I don't like cleaning dishes. When she's cleaning dishes, she's like, it's like a spa-like experience for my hands. And she's doing it with full attention. She is in flow. Krishna service. Everything becomes Krishna service. Cleaning the dishes becomes Krishna service. You clean the dishes in the pujari room. It's such an amazing experience. I love cleaning the dishes in the pujari room. If only I saw the dishes at my house to be the same as the dishes in the pujari room, I think my husband would be very happy. But they're Balaram, expansions of Sri Balaram in the pujari room. You know that, right? We see that everything is Lord Balaram. And when you clean the dishes, it's like direct service to Sri Balaram. We're supposed to have that mentality for our home as well. So that's a good lesson for me today. But it's Nishtha and Ruchi. Ruchi manifests, where you start seeing Krishna everywhere. You feeling this taste. I just want to engage in Krishna's service. You start losing attraction to TV. I think probably way before that you have lost your attraction to TV before you get to the Ruchi state. And then from Ruchi, you go to Bhava. Bhava is a very advanced stage. Bhava, the devotee, is starting to see Krishna, actually see Krishna. And such beautiful, in the Madhurya Kadambini, in the Brihad Bhagavatamrita, in the Bhakti Shastras, there's such beautiful explanations of what a devotee feels. They start smelling the Lord, tasting the Lord. Krishna's all around you. And then forget quarrel. There's no understanding even of quarrel. It's all gone. And then prema, pure love of Krishna, where Krishna is actually seeking out your attention. In the state of prema, Krishna is chasing after you. Krishna wants you. And you feel that. You feel that desire for the Lord. And when Krishna starts noticing you, then you're done. You're set. You're good for life. We can get there. Srila Prabhupada says, in this life, in this body, we can experience that Krishna himself will kiss us, will hug us, in this body, in this life. This is my goal, to get there. Not just to get there. Bring every single person, as many as possible, however the Lord wishes to use me to bring to the same stage. And we can. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he was sitting with Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, he had begun his touring, his traveling. Young, beautiful personality, Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu. Young, very young. And he arrived to Jagannath Puri and saw the deity of Lord Jagannath. If I remember the story correctly, I think it was Lord Jagannath. And he began to exhibit ecstatic symptoms for seeing Lord Jagannath. It's interesting here. I'm curious about this story where they had a love quarrel, but I didn't get a chance to research that. And ecstatic symptoms fell to the ground, and he had fainted. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya is like this old grumpy pandit, right? Older, like probably in his 60s or 80s or whatever. I'm not saying that people who are older are grumpy. Forgive me for all my older Vaishnava seniors who might be listening online. I'm saying that Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was old and grumpy because he was completely invested in impersonal philosophy. And the impersonalists have no rasa. They have no love because their ultimate goal is an abode of no love. Patantiyadho anadrita yushmad angreya. They feel that Krishna is not a person, God's not a person. We just merge into oneness. And so they have no rasa, a flavor of relationships. They have no understanding of love. And so Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was in that space. And Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, who's now a great personality, a pure devotee, he was in that place where he saw Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's ecstatic symptoms as bahya, external. This guy's emotion, his dealing with spiritual emotion, he felt he's a neophyte, he doesn't understand. The deeper philosophical understanding of God is that you have no emotion, no sentiment, and I'm going to teach him. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission was to change this old grumpy heart full of quarrel to the opposite, prema. And how did he do it? He started by hearing. Now this is God. This is not God. This is God upon God upon God. This is Radharani and Krishna together in one form, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He's higher, much higher than Sri Krishna alone. Mahavadanyaya. His place, Audharya Bhumi, is higher than Vrindavan Dham. It's a manifestation of pure spiritual potency. And he could have, like, just with the flick of his finger, told the old grumpy Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, like, what's wrong with you? Like, leave me alone. Right? The way Krishna has done to so many people. But no. He went to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya's house. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, I'm going to teach you the proper understanding of Vedanta. You don't understand it, you're young, it is my responsibility to teach you. And Krishna, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, yes, okay. He sat for 7 days. 7 days. He sat. And what did he do? Heard. He just listened. 7 days. This guy's droning on and on and on about everything incorrect. Every text, entire chapters, the whole thing is faulty conclusions of Vedanta. Taking someone away from the Supreme Lord. Taking someone into the Brahma Jyoti. Not even entering the spiritual world through these texts. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu just sat and listened. That's how he changed Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya's heart. He gave Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya the worth. You are worthy of my attention. Instead of fighting with you, you're fighting with me. Instead of fighting with you back, I'm going to just listen. I'm going to hear your heart and hear all of just through the words someone says isn't what you listen to. You listen to the past experiences that person is saying that's bringing them to that point to quarrel with you. Someone wants to quarrel with you, you think, why are they feeling this way? What happened to them in their past that's making them feel that they need to fight with me? This is not about me at all. Let me just listen. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu just listened. After 7 days, he gave him the attention, he listened to him, then he explained, well, this is actually the understanding. And then he was able to explain, Tumar bhakya bhul. Actually, what you're saying is incorrect. This is the real understanding. And he was able to correct Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, train up Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, and give him mercy. But never at any point did he raise his voice, did he react, did he get angry, even though Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was doing the exact opposite to what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had come to establish. Bhakti is the opposite to impersonalism. The next story, and then we'll end here, is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Keshav Kashmiri. Keshav Kashmiri came to insult and humiliate and eradicate Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's status as a teacher. And in that conversation too, you listen. Not one time did Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, did Nimai correct, chastise, get angry, get frustrated. He praised him. Look at how amazing. Look at how beautifully you are explaining this. You've been blessed by Saraswati Mata. We are here to learn from you. All of us will learn from you. He praised him. He lifted him up. Oh, and then he very matter-of-factly said, yes, there are 5 incorrect and 5 correct things in your rendition of the 100 verses of Ganga Maiya. I don't know if you know this story of the Keshav Kashmiri. Do you know this story? Little bit? Interaction after interaction after interaction. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu never fought back. Never. Chand Kazi. When Chand Kazi broke the mridanga, this is a guy who's being very terrorism. He's coming and saying, you cannot chant the names of God, Hari, in my town, and if you do, you will be killed. And his followers actually took the physical mridanga and threw it on the ground. This is in Krishna's presence, Lord Balaram's presence, Gauranitai. How could this happen? Maharshan Sutta didn't stand up from his seat to greet Lord Balaram, and Balaram took a kusha grass and killed him immediately. And here on the opposite end, you see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Mahaprabhu with a mridanga being thrown on the ground. And they did nothing. They did something, but they did not get angry. Neither of them got angry. Let's take the kirtan. We're going to his house. We're going to talk to him. The devotees were a little bit riled up. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told them to calm down. They all went to Chand Kazi's house, and I was reading it. It says that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Nimai, the embodiment of prema, with no kali, never quarrel. He sat on the doorstep of Jankazi, of this Muslim tyrant who has broken the mridanga. He humbly, with his two hands, he sat on the doorstep of Chandkazi. And Chandkazi's servants went inside and said, come pick him up, come bring him inside. A Vaishnava never ever fights, never allows quarrel to come into his mind, into his heart. So I'm not a Vaishnava, I fight a lot. And I'm really trying to imbibe this message today that the Lord is giving. A Vaishnava never quarrels. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu never quarreled. Of course, there's one time that he quarreled, but that's for another class, when Nityananda Mahaprabhu was hurt. And so that is our message today. If we want to learn how to engage with the devotees in pure, loving interactions, if we want to teach everyone else how to get out of Kali and into the pure love of Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu, the pure loving ecstasy and relationships of Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu, we must analyze, why is it that we feel like fighting? Why is it that we feel like arguing, quarreling, bad thoughts about devotees or non-devotees in our minds? What is wrong inside of our hearts? And allow the Lord to purify that and don't manifest it externally. So that is the message for today. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya, Jaya Nityananda, Jaya Dvaita Chandra, Jaya Gaura Bhaktivinoda. Thank you both, for all three of you, for sitting so patiently as I drone on. And Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Okay, there's a question. 2 questions. Okay. Hare Krishna. Sure. Yes. Very, very good question. So Mathura Priya Prabhu is asking, what is the purpose of fighting? What purpose does it play? Clearly, we're in the material world, there's going to be fighting. So why would we fight? Why would a devotee need to fight? As Arjuna was fighting, he had to take up arms to fight. So why would a devotee fight? And what was the question about the Kanishta? The Kanishta Adhikari is the 3rd class devotee. And what was your question about the Kanishta and Madhyama? Do Madhyamadhikari and Uttamadhikaris fight? Uttamadhikari, so in answer to your question, Krishna loves to fight. Krishna loves drama. He's like that. He's very adorable, and he doesn't like life to be boring. That's why his most intimate devotee, Srimati Radharani, is left-wing devotee. She is strong personality. Because Krishna loves this rasa of fighting love. And Krishna appears, right? He creates leelas so that he can fight. He's always looking for leelas so that he can't fight. The devotee of the Lord is supposed to fight against irreligion. As Krishna has come to establish dharma samsthapanarthaya, Sambhavami yuge yuge. So the devotee of the Lord is supposed to fight against irreligion. Whenever that irreligion manifests, yes, the devotee should fight up against it, should speak up about it. But you have to identify so a Madhyamadhikari makes those distinctions. This is irreligious, this is inappropriate, this is not good, let me speak it. Let me say the right thing. If, and I'm talking about like egregious, like the animals right now are being hurt. So we say very strongly, please become a vegetarian. Don't kill unnecessary. Like, generally, we as devotees are supposed to stand for the Vaishnava principles and say them strongly. But are we supposed to fight against our fellow devotees? No. We're supposed to fight against those that are actually, my understanding is that we're not supposed to fight against anybody. That we have to look inside of our hearts. Are we actually trying to establish dharma in this circumstance? Are we actually trying to establish what is good and what is bad? Or is it something personal that has affected us that is causing the argument and the fighting and the need to go and revenge, or maybe not even revenge? I think you're talking about standing up for what is right, standing up for the right cause. So in the external stage, for relationships, if it's not about relationships and it's about establishing truth in the world, then yes, we're supposed to be very strong. Srila Prabhupada says a deer at home and a lion on the prowl or outside. That we be very strong and saying what is the right. Srila Prabhupada fought against the scientists. He had philosophical debates against the scientists, against the impersonalists. We are supposed to help eradicate that. But even in his one-to-one conversations, if you listen to his conversations with the Jesuit priests, with the Christian pastors, he was never in a fighting mode. He spoke fighting words when he was with his devotees against those that were impersonalists, but he never actually fought one-to-one with anybody. Even if you listen to those conversations, he lifted them up, like Gaurang Mahaprabhu did. He lifted them up. So fighting has a specific purpose, but make sure that the fighting purpose isn't causing more anger, because aggression breeds aggression. You have a little bit of aggression as a psychological principle, that aggression breeds aggression. When you allow your aggression to become stronger and angrier, you're just going to continue that negativity, where you're going to cause more aggression and more aggression. Every interaction, even in leadership, conscious leadership by John Mackey, who is the CEO of Whole Foods, even he is able to understand. If you want to get something done on a more powerful way, fighting will never help that. You figure out how that other person, their needs are met, your needs are met, you work together, and then you can meet the needs of everybody that you're serving, your community, your company, your group. Through fighting, those needs will never be met. Fighting has a purpose in establishing righteousness. Gauranga Mahaprabhu has taught us how to establish righteousness through bhakti yoga, through love instead of fighting, love instead of hate. So I don't see fighting to have much purpose for bhakti yogis. Unless you have to, you're in a circumstance where you very, very much have to stand up for what is right. Another devotee is being hurt. Then fighting has a purpose. Gauranga Mahaprabhu has taught us. If another Vaishnava is being hurt, then you stand up for righteousness. And even in that, conflict resolution is about figuring out how to eradicate the fights and have everybody come to the platform of prema or love. Meet everybody's needs. That's why Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared. All of the demons that Krishna killed, Kamsa was Jankazi. Every single one of them, one by Dantavakra, Shupal, all of the demons that Krishna fought up against and killed, they all came to be saved by pure love. Because love is stronger than hate. Love is stronger than fear. Even Martin Luther King Jr. knew this. He promoted this. Brotherhood. There are people who are pushing the Black community down. You can't go to the same schools as us. You can't use the same bathrooms as us. You can't come into the same shops as us. There were lines of on that side and on this side, total segregation. And Martin Luther King, he said, universal brotherhood. We are going to change their hearts through love. Gandhiji did the same, through peace, through nonviolent means. Peace, nonviolence, love is always stronger than hate. So if we find that we have a need to fight, I don't know what you feel, Prabhuji, what the purpose of fighting might be. If someone is out to attack a Vaishnava, a devotee, if it's a distant, like, let's go and debate, let's go fight up against, they're saying horrible things. The temple in Bhaktivedanta Manor was being attacked, so the devotees went and fought. Indradyumna Maharaj's Polish Yatra was being attacked, so they fought. In Mayapur Dham, the terrorists were coming and with their guns. I remember I was like an 8-year-old girl and I was upstairs on the veranda, and it was one night, all the sirens went off and we all got up, and all the devotees, they ran upstairs to the veranda with their guns because the terrorists were attacking and they had dismantled the samadhi. The Goshala had already been dismantled, and so it was a really big chaotic thing that they were coming and attacking. And so yes, then you have to fight to protect. Then you got to get your guns out, you got to protect. So fighting definitely has its purpose to protect. When someone is coming at you with full aggression, hurting you, then you stand up and you be armed and you be ready to fight. Absolutely. You're not going to go say, oh, let's share love here. They're about to kill you. You need to protect yourself. You need to fight. But generally, when do we experience that? It's very rare, right? Very rare to experience that. Of course, here in this community, we want to make sure that our children are protected. We want to make sure that we're secure. In our, the Texas school shooting that happened recently. So we should be prepared. We should be prepared to fight against those kinds of, and luckily we have such amazing devotees here in our community that they all protect the community very, very well. So yes, fighting has a purpose, but for day-to-day interactions, fighting should not be there. I'm telling this to myself more than anyone else. Is that okay, Prabhuji? What is, in your mind, the purpose of fighting? So Prabhuji is saying that Bhishma Pitama and Arjuna were fighting up against each other. And both are pure devotees of the Lord. Bhishma Pitama is in Shantaras, and he's he's one of our Mahajans, very exalted pure devotee. This was in the Kshatriya race where it was required that they fight to protect dharma. This was in wartime. Like right now, in Ukraine and different areas of the world, there's wartime, they have to fight. This is their dharma. They've gone as military. They have to support the nation, protect the nations, and unfortunately, they have to be caught up in fighting. And so the two devotees, pure devotees, Bhishma and Arjuna, on one side it can be seen as very tragic because Bhishma Pitama is such a beautiful, wonderful, powerful devotee. But Krishna had placed him in the circumstance for his life to be sacrificed. Krishna had expected from him that he would sacrifice his life to uphold dharma. So he's doing the right thing and Arjuna is doing the right thing. Both of them are doing what is expected from them. And Bhishma Pitama knows this. He knows that he had sacrificed his life for helping Krishna eradicate the Paritranaya sadhanam vinashaya cha dushkritam. He had to eradicate all the negative elements, and Bhishma Pitama was placed as a key player in that to help eradicate. So in this case, the fighting that Bhishma Pitama is doing is sanctioned directly by the Lord. Him and Arjuna have sanctioned that. So yes, fighting was absolutely necessary. They're on the battlefield. And Krishna wants Arjuna to fight because they need to kill, that's just what they need to do. But to practically apply it here in our lives, fighting might only be necessary if someone comes to physically attack us or a devotee. Yeah? All right. Thank you. Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai. Shri Chaitanya Charitamrita ki jai.
Krishna Kirtana Ganana Karnavadau Premamrita Vanidhi Veera Dhira Jana Krishna Kirtana Ganana Tana Prabhu Premamritam Vanidhi Veera Veera Jana Priya Priya Karo Nemar Rau Pujitau Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Bhuvi Bhuva Bhara Vahan Tarakau Bande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Sri Jiva Gopalakau Bande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Riji Bhagavata Krishna Kirtana Gana Krishna Kirtana Gana Nartana Param Prema Metamani Veera Veera Jana Priya Priya Karo Nirma Pujitam Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Bhuvi Bhuva Bharava Antarakau Bande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Sri Jiva विचारणैकनिपुणम् सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं विचारणैकनिपुणम् सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं विचारणैकनिपुणम् तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं श्री चैतन्य कृपा बरौ लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं विचारणैकनिपुणम् तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं राधा कृष्ण राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजनामृतौ राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजना नंदेन मत्तालिकं वन्दे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगौ श्रीजी कीर्तन गान नतल परौ प्रेम मनेगी वीर वीर जनप्रिय प्रेम पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भरा रखौ वंदे रूप सनातन वासुदेव सुदे सुराज्यलक्ष्मी धनीश आजवदस जगदाद रन्ना मंडलस्यनी सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणे शतो करुणया मंडलपति शनि सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणेशको करुणया कौपीनकण्ठास्थितौ गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी कल्लो लमग्नं महान वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुगल श्रीजी भगो पालक राधे हे राधे ब्रज देविके च हे नन्दसूना कुतः ब्रज देवी के चललिते हे नंद सुनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पाद पतले कालिंदी बने कह राधे ब्रज देवी के चललिते हे नंद शूनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पाद पतले कालिंदी मणि गो संतापिते गो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई विहुबलौ वंदे रूप सनातन रघुयुगल श्री गो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई महाविहुबलौ वंदे रूप सनातन रघुयुगल श्री बालक कृष्ण कीर्तन तान रतन परम प्रेमामृतम मनीषी धीर धीर जनप्रिय प्रियकर हिमांसर पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भर भुवि भुव हर वहन तारक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुयुग আমি দয়া করমনি তুমি বিনা কে দয়াল জগৎ মাঝারে দয়া করে সীতাপতি দয়া কর সীতাপতি অদ্বৈত গণসাই কৃপা বলে পাই তব কৃপা বলে দয়া কর সীতাপতি অদ্বৈত গণসাই তব পাবলে পাই চৈতন্য নিতাই দয়া কর সীতাপতি অদ্বৈত গণসাই তব পাবলে পাই চৈতন্য নিতাই আহা সনাতন নরোত্তমা আহা সনাতন রূপ প্রভুনা যুগ শ্রী জীব প্রভু লোক দয়া কর শ্রীয়াচার্য শ্রীনিবা রাম চন্দ্র সঙ্গ মাগে দয়া কর শ্রীয়াচার্য প্রভু শ্রীনিবা রাম চন্দ্র সঙ্গ মাগে নরসিংহ শ্রীকৃষ্ণ চৈতন্য প্রভু দয়া কর মনে তুমি বিনা কে দয়াল জগৎ শ্রীকৃষ্ণ চৈতন্য Vrindavan. Govinda Jina Madana Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Dina Madana Govinda Gopina Radha Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Gopina Madana Rama Punna Radha Punna Giri Govardhan Rama Punna Radha Punna Giri Govardhan Kalind Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahaman Ramapuna Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Kalindi Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahaman Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Gopina Madana Mohan Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Gopina Madana Viradam Srivatam Dada Sakhanam Krisidhadam Srivatam Dada Sakhanam Jahan Jahan Leela Koila Srinanda Nanda Krisidhadam Srivatam Dada Sakhanam जहाँ सब लीला कैला नंदनंदन श्रीनंद जसोदा जय श्रीनंद जसोदा जय जय गोपन श्रीधामदि जय जय धेनु अक्षरम सुंदरी जय पूर्णमासी जय नदीर नगरी जय नदी जय जय वृंदावन गोविंद गोपिया मदन जय राधे जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद गोपिया राम घाट रोहिणी नंदन वृंदावन वासी जगत Jaya Jaya Dijapati Nagamanagam Bhakti Jahara Paila Govinda Charan Jaya Dijapati Jaya Nagamanagam Bhakti Jahara Paila Govinda Charan Siracho Mandala Jaya Jaya Ramasha Siracho Mandala Jaya Jaya Radha Jaya Jaya Rasa Dila Jaya Jaya Rasa Dila Sadhamana Jaya Vrindavan Jaya Jaya Rasa Jaya Rasa Jaya Jaya Rasa Bharatiya Bhave Jaha Jaya Jaya Jana Rasa Sarva Rasa Bharati Raha Jadet Jannabi Adapanma Variyatmana Jannabi Pada Padma Karishma Dinaki Sadhacha Hari Dinaki Sarasa Vaye Namanti Jaya Radhe Jaya Vrindavan Govinda Gopina Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Ramati Nandana Brajavada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Nagara गोकुल रंजन परान धन मदन मनोहर कालिय दमन विधान गोपी परान धन मदन मनोहर कालिय दमन विधान दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोपी परान धन परान धन मदन मनोहर कालिय दमन विधान दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर मम हरि नाम अन्य विलासा नवीन नागर मन मंकी मदन सुभाषा अमर हरिना अन्य विलासा विपिन पुरंदर नवीन नागर बर मंकी मदन सुभाषा दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर जन पालन असुर नाशन नंद को धन रखवाल जन पालन असुर नाशन नंद को धन रखवाला गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शनम गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शनम नंद गोपाल गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शनम गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शनम सुंदर नंद गोपाल Samati Nandana Braja Braja Nagara Samati Nandana Braja Braja Nagara Gokula Nandana Samati Nandana Braja Braja Nagara Gokula Nandana Ramanata Tachara Ramanata Tachara Gopi Vasana Hara Rasara Shiva Kripama Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Bhakti Vinodha Jasayam Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Bhakti Vinodha Jasayam Samati Nandana Brajabara Nagara Gokula Nandana Samati Nandana Brajabara Nagara Gokula Nandana Gopi Paranadhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Gamana Vidhana Gopi Paranadhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Gamana Vidhana Samati Nandana Brajabara Nagara Gokula Nandana Samati Nandana Brajabara Nagara Gokula Nandana Vasana Hara Rasara Chika Kripama Ramona Tatachara Gopi Vasana Hara Rasara Chika Kripama Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Bhakti Vinodha Jasayam Shri Radha Vallabha राधा वल्लभ मननाथ समति नंदन ब्रज नागर गोकुल रक्षमति नंदन चिंतामणि प्रकर सदमसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतो सम्भ्रमसेव्यमानम् गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकर सदमसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत सम्भ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि वेनं कन्वन्तं अरविन्ददलयताक्षं वेणुं कन्वन्तं अरविन्ददलयताक्षं बरहावतं समसितां बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् कन्दर्पकोटि कमनीय विशेषशोभं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकर सद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत सम्भ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमालवंशी रत्नांगदं प्रणयकेली कलाविलासं श्यामं त्रिभंगललितं नियतप्रकाशं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मषु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतसम्भ्रमसेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि अंगानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति अंगानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति आनंद चिन्मय सदु जल विग्रहस्य गोविन्दं आदि पुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकर सद्मषु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभि रविपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि 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 चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मषु कल्पवृक्ष रक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् चिन्तामणि वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश श्रीरूपं चाक्रजातं सहगना सहितं त्वं सजीवम् साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजना सहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवम् श्री राधा कृष्ण पदां सगन ललिता श्री विशाखान्वितांश्च श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
संसार दावानल निरलोका तदा कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणान्नवशम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् महाप्रभु कीर्तन नित्य गीता बादित्रमाद्यन्मन सोरसेना रोमाञ्चकं पाशुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानललीललोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् सकलनगुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगारतन्मन्दिरमार्जनादौ श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगारतन्मन्दिरमार्जनादौ युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानललीललोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकल्यान् गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सर्वान्नतीर्थान् हरिभक्तसङ्घान् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सर्वान्नतीर्थान् हरिभक्तसङ्घान् चित्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव चित्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयर पार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूप नाम्नाम् श्रीराधिका माधवयर पार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूप नाम्नाम् प्रतीक्षण स्वादन ललोपशम् प्रतीक्षण स्वादन ललोपश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानललीललोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकल्यान् गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् निकुञ्जजूनरतिकेली सिद्धैः निकुञ्जजूनरतिकेली सिद्धैः जाजाली बीज जुक्तिरपेक्षणीया कुंजो नारति कैली सिद्धई जाजाली भी जुक्तिरपेक्षणीया तत्रातिदाक्षादति बलवशं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं संसारदामानललिलोको प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनतं भक्तकल्लन गुणान्नभक्ष वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं साक्षादहितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः साक्षादहितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः किन्तु प्रभुता प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं किन्तु प्रभुता प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं संसारदावानललिलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यं भक्तकल्लन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं संसारदावानललिलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यं भक्तकल्लन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं शारदावान गिरिधारी गोपी मदन मोहन हरे नमो कृष्ण Jagabaya Namah Jagabaya Madhavaya Kesamaya Namah Hare Gopala Govinda Rama Madhusudana Gopala Govinda Rama Madhusudana Giridhari Gopina Madhana Mohana Gopala Govinda Gopala Govinda Madhusudana Giridhari Gopi Madana Mohana Hare Rama Krishna Hare Yadavaya Madhavaya Kesavaya Namah Hare Hani Hare Namo Krishna Yadavaya Namah Yadavaya Madhavaya Kesavaya Namah Yadavaya Madhavaya Kesavaya Namah Hare Rama Krishna Gopala Govinda Rama Gopala Govinda Rama Madhusudana Gopala Govinda Rama Madhusudana Giridhari Gopina Dhari Gopina Madhana Giridhari Gopina Madhana Hare Krishna नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत हरि गुरु वैष्णव हरि गुरु वैष्णव भागवत गीता हरि गुरु वैष्णव भागवत गीता हरे
Saranam
자라나방랑 나하이대 빛나나 어미성장 일차에도 나이자 무이다가 다서만 얻어내는 멀어번져라 일차에도 나이자 무이다르다 다서만은 얻어내는 멀어번져라 아니하게 넘어지는 야놈 마야놈아 야놈아 마담아야 개처만 넘어 어너예 다대럽자로나 세비 앞서서네바 다대럽자로나 세비 앞서서네바 저놈의 마 에이 없지라 저놈의 마 에이 없지라 어려제 넘어지상 야동 마야놈아 어려예 저의 고사이 잡에 브러제 걸려 막 저의 고사이 잡에 브러제 걸려 막 나다 कृष्ण राधा कृष्ण नित्य लीला कलीला अभी ब्रज मैना Radhe Krishna Radha Krishna Leela Kabira Prema Anande Bala Hari Bhaja Vrindavan Hari Guru Vaishnava Madhyamam Anande Ala Hari Anande Ala Hari Bhaja Vrindavan Hari Guru Gora কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি কত নিদ্রা কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি মায়া প্রীত কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি পিতাচির বলে যাবে 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 গোরা চন্দ বলে যাবে যাবে ছড়বিত অরে বলিব বলিয়ালে তুষার হরে ভুলিয়ার দিলে তুমি ভুলিয়ার দিলে তুমি মায়া পিশাচি কলে ভুলিয়ার দিলে তুমি মায়া পিশাচি কলে जाग गोर चंद वाले देवी जाग जाग गोर चंद बोले कत निद्रा जाओ माया পিশাচির কোলে কত নিদ্রা যাও মায়া পিশাচির কোলে জাগ জাগ গোরা বলে बर लागी औषधि माया जीवन लागी हरि नाम महामंत्र रह तुमी मागी औषधि माया नाची बर लागी भीमाया नसीबना आदि हरि राम महामंत्र मागे भक्ति विनोद प्रभु चरण पदिया भक्ति विनोद प्रभु चरण पदिया हरि नाम महामंत्र लहि लौकिया भक्ति विनोद प्रभु चरण पदिया हरि नमः महामंत्र जग जग घोड़ा बोले नित जाओ माया बोले जाग जाग घोड़ा बोले কত নিতা জানো মায়া জানির বলে জাগ 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 Nam Sai Gorata Madhu Hare Nam Sai Gorata Madhu Hare Nam gaye garata madhu kare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Nam Gaye Garata Madhu Hare Nam Gaye Garata madhu Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Ram Hare Hare Bone Thak Dada Hari Bole Dak Ye Bone Thak Dada Hari Bole Dak Ye Dukhe Nanak Hare Namba Hare Dukhe Bhulanaka Dada Namba Hare Gaye Garat Hare Ram Gaye Garat Madhu Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Vainam Gaye Hare Nam Gaye Garat Maya জালে বাধ্য হয়ে আছো পিছে সজলয়ে মায়া জালে বাধ্য হয়ে মায়া জলে বদ্ধ হয়ে আছো পিছে সজলয়ে মায়া জলে বদ্ধ হয়ে মায়া জলে বদ্ধ হয়ে আছো মিছে কাজলয়ে কলতে তলপে কলতে তলপে রাধা নাম রে কলতে তলপে রাধা নাম রে হে গোরাতে মন সরে হে গোরাতে মন সরে হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ হরে কৃষ্ণ হরে রাম হরে রাম 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 হরে 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 রাম হরে রাম হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে গোরখ হরে Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Raja Madhu, Hare Nam Bhai Hare Iman Oila Sesa Nam Bhojile Ikasa Iman Oila Sesa Nam Bhojile Rishikasa Akati Vinado Padesa Akati Vinado Padesa Akati Vinado Padesa Akbar Akbar Hari Mama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Guru Hare Guru Hare Gogone Bhaka Sada Hari Bale Jap Ye Bhak Gone Bhak Sada Hari Bale Jap Dukhe Dukhe Mulanaka Madane Harinamka Sure Dukhe Mulanaka Sada Hari Namka Sure Agora Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare I go to Hare Hare Nam Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Jai Gaura. Maya Mani
राम प्रभावे मातिया विष्णु Namo
panya Radha
हरे कृष्णा, दो ही ऊपर करना है आपको। I got it, I got it. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone together. With your hearts. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Rama. Bolo, bolo, with your hearts. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Gauranga, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. You want to play the harmonium? I can play the drum. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Bolo Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Everyone with your hearts, sing together. Hare Krishna, hands in the air. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One last time with your hearts. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Gaurnitai ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you very much. You should do this at home. You can come together. You play really nicely. The kids can learn also. And the guys can also learn some tabla or something. Or just clang something and chant. It'll be really nice. Did you have fun? Yes. Very nice. Thank you very much. So we'll have Aarti for the deities. Flowers. If you don't mind just giving them to this Mataji here, she can keep them in the back. Are you going to chant? Who's chanting? No. Hare Krishna. Sadhu Charan Prabhu, are you chanting? So we will be offering Aarti to Sri Sri Radha Kalachandji. How many of you are here for the first time? First time? First timers? First timers? Really? Well, welcome. So our deities, I'm just going to introduce them. On the altar right, in front and center is Sri Sri Radha Kalachandji. Kalachandji was brought to the US after being in India for more than 600 years. He was moved to Jaipur from Vrindavan, where he stayed waiting for someone to worship him. And he was brought to so he's the oldest deity in the Western world. He is our worshipable Lord. He's also the head of our community. We have a nice community here, several devotees, about 30, 40 families that live around the temple from about 16 different countries that worship Srimati Radharani and Kalachandji. We have a school, we have a community garden, we have various different programs, and devotees come and volunteer. You're welcome to do so also. Then on the right, in the middle is Sri Sri Radha Govinda. They are Utsav deities, so whenever there are abhisheks, those are the deities that are brought in front. We take the deities on parikrama. We'll also have a wonderful boat festival outside in the month of September. And Sri Sri Chota Radha Kalachandji, they are the smaller versions of our larger deities. Then on the right, we have Jagannath, Baldev, and Subhadra. We all know that there is a Rath Yatra going on as we speak in India. And Jagannath, Baldev, Subhadra, we had a Rath Yatra earlier in the year, in May. It's called the Festival of Joy. And on the left is Sri Sri Gaur Nitai. They are Krishna and Balram themselves who come as their own devotees. And then we have the Guru Parampara. So we'll be doing an Aarti. So please join us. We'll be first chanting for our gurus, Srila Prabhupada, who brought Krishna consciousness to the Western world. And then we'll be doing the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shri Mate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namah Vishnu Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tarine Turas Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
सुना जरा सुना जरा कृष्ण
Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Everyone together, please. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Radha Sham Sundi Radha Kala Chanji Radhe. Radha Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radhe. Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe. Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe. Radha Jaya Radhe Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Guru Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Jai Guru Hari Bol.
We'll offer the Premadhani prayers. And then we'll offer Aarti to Lord Nrsimhadev, who is our protector. Jayam Vishnupad Paramhansa Parivrajakacarya Ashtotra Shata Shishimad, His Divine Loving Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. Jayam Vishnupad Paramhansa Parivrajakacarya Ashtotra Shata Shishimad, His Divine Grace, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada ki. Ananta Koti Vaishnav Vrinda ki. Naam Acharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki. प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवास आदि गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोपी गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की श्री वृंदावन धाम की श्री मथुरा धाम की मायापुर नवदीप धाम की जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की गंगा माई यमुना माई की भक्ति देवी तुलसी देवी की श्री हरिनाम संकीर्तन की श्री प्रभुपाद ट्रांसलेटेड बुक्स एंड प्रसादम डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की सामवेद भक्त वृंद की निताई गौर प्रेमानंद. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Yes, sir. आइए तुझे बता.
Namaste Narasingaya. Palradaladarine. Hiranyakasipu vaksa. Yasankanakaraire. Yato nasinga parato nasinga. Yato yato yamitato nasinga. Here nasinga hridaye nasinga. Nasingamade sararam prapade. Tavakara kamalavarena aduta singa aduta sringa. Lalita hiranyakasipu Karuringa Kesavadrita Narari Rupa Jayadagadi Sare Jayadagadi Sare Jayadagadi Sare. Narasimhadev, Jaya Narasimhadev. Jaya Palrad Maharaj, Palrad Maharaj, Palrad Maharaj, Jaya Palrad Maharaj.
नाशक लक्ष्मी नरसिंह देव भगवान की जय। प्रहलाद महाराज की जय। हरि हरि बोल।
Hare Krishna, thank you for coming and attending our noon Aarti. Our Sunday evening program actually commences at 4:30 in the evening. Usually that's when we have a larger audience coming in and we have a free feast. There is a discussion on the Bhagavad Gita. And then in the evening, it's really beautiful when the kids, a little bit older kids, I guess, the young, the teenagers get together and really jam and have fun. So we definitely request that you come again if you haven't been to this place before. We start every day at 4:30 in the morning, and that's a beautiful time to come. Mangalarti is very, very beautiful. I know it's a little austere, but once a month, it definitely would be wonderful if you come from the north. And then every Sunday, we have a program in the evening again, starting 4:30, going on till about 8:30 in the evening, and dinner is included. Addition to that, we have other programs, and maybe when we take the board out from the prayers, we have, if you'd like to learn about the Bhagavad Gita, there's a discussion on that. There's 8 sessions that go through the entire Bhagavad Gita. There's discussions on the Srimad Bhagavatam that happen every day. And our website, radhakalachandji.org, that's radhakalachandji.org, has a lot of other information. So thank you again. You're welcome to take photographs. I can give you an autograph too. No, I'm just kidding. But you're welcome to take photographs. Enjoy yourself. We have a Sunday school also for kids in the evening. As you can see, Radhika and Tulsi, they were singing. They're part of the Sunday school group in their respective places. So thank you again. Hare Krishna. Radhe.
प्रभु तुम्ही बिना तेरा हरि 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 चिन्तामणि प्रकर्षमसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु रविपालयन्तम् चिन्तामणि प्रकर्षमसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत सम्भ्रम सेवमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि चिन्तामणि प्रकर्षमसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत सम्भ्रम सेवमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि वेनं कन्नन्तम् अरविन्ददलायताक्षम् बरहावतं समसितां बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् वेनं कन्नन्तम् अरविन्ददलायताक्षम् बरहावतं समसिता बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् कन्दर्पकोटिकमनीय विशेषशोभम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकर्षमसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् आलोलचन्द्रकलश आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमाल्यवंशी आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमाल्यवंशी रत्नाङ्गदम् प्रणयकेली कलाविलासम् आलोलचन्द्रकलश चन्द्रकलश वनमाल्यवंशी रत्नाङ्गदं प्रणय केली कलाविलासम् श्यामं त्रिभङ्गललितं नियतप्रकाशम् श्यामं त्रिभङ्गललितं नियतप्रकाशम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमाहं भजामि श्यामं त्रिभङ्गललितं नियतप्रकाशम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमाहं भजामि चिन्तामणि सुरभीरविपालयन्तम् चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षामृतेषु सुरभीरविपालयन् आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमाल्यवंशी आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमाल्यवंशी रत्नाङ्गदं प्रणय केली कलाविलासम् आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमाल्यवंशी प्रणय केली कलाविलासम् श्यामं त्रिभङ्गललितं नियतप्रकाशम् श्यामं त्रिभङ्गललितं नियतप्रकाशम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमाहं भजामि चिन्तामणि कल्पवृक्षलतावृतेषु सुरभीरविपालयन्तम् चिन्तामणि लतावृतेषु सुरभीरविपालयन्तम् वेदं कन्नन्तं अरविन्ददलायताक्षं मृहावतं समसितां बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् वेणुं कन्नन्तं अरविन्ददलायताक्षं मृहावतं समसितां बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् वन्दत्वकोटिकमनीय विशेषशोभम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलतावृतेषु सुरभीरविपालयन्तम् अङ्गानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति अंगानि यस्य सकलन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति आनन्दचिन्मय सदुज्जल विग्रह आनन्दचिन्मय सदुज्जल विग्रह गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकर सद्मषु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षामृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् वेदं कन्नन्तम् अरविन्ददलायताक्षं बरहावतं समसितं बुधचन्द्राङ्गम् वेदं कन्नन्तम् अरविन्दाक्षं बरहावतं समसितं बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् कन्दर्पकोटिकमणीय विशेषशोभं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि कन्दर्पकोटिकमणीय विशेषशोभं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकर सद्मषु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षामृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् चिन्तामणि प्रकर सद्मषु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षामृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत सम्भ्रम सेवमानं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकर सद्मषु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् हरि हरि जन हरि हरि राधा कृष्ण Hari 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 Radha Hari Hari Jana Gollapena Premadhana Hari Radha Krishna